What do we have here? Where's she in from? San Fran, Miami. Wow. I tell you what, it's going to be another loud one, another noisy one, especially later when the departures fire up. Morning everybody, hope you're doing well. Anyone need any milk or cheese, yogurt, butter? He never stops, does he? It just goes on, doesn't he? Another very dull. Seeing them drinking them coffees down there, and I should have taken them up on it, shouldn't I? Really, I should have taken you up. Don't half give Ginny a hard time, do you? Hey? Big shout out to Joe and Mike. I think it's his. Give us a wave, guys. We've driven up from Southampton to say hello. Christmas present, apparently. Look at that. Where are we? Montreal, for God's sake. Nice. Air Canada triple, man. Like that. Straight in with Gerhard Van Ingen-Karl has gifted 10 channel memberships. Gerhard, that is very... why can I hear myself? Oh, it's because I'm in there. Right, okay. Electric Mike, good morning. Paula Vasey, Nick Gray, Staffy. You left your eggs. Oh yes. Frozen Beard 81. Great shots, loving it. You like this tight stuff, folks? Yeah, Pratt & Whitney's. See that panel at the back there, that sliding panel, that's the reverser panel that basically exposes the internals of the, or I should say the externals of the guide vanes of the reversers, which are angled more forward than to the side. I'd say probably what, a couple of degrees inboard, outboard, or forwards, should I say? Not reversers, as in. Back in the good old days, when they with the old Pratt & Whitney's, the JT3Ds and engines like that, they literally blocked off the back of the engine and blew the air forward, all of it, and that's why it was kind of called reversers, because on the old 727s, on the buckets, on the old bucket reversers that they used to use, they would literally close off the back of the engine and blow the air up and forwards. So thereby, literally, they could reverse aircraft off the stand. And I'm imagining that likes of Ellis Chernoff, who flew the old 727s back in the days, he probably did. Did he ever do that? Did Ellis ever do that, I wonder? Here they come now. Bit dodgy, sorry folks. Sometimes it's those guide vanes are actually painted with the anti-oxidation paint. I think is it antioxide paint, the green paint that you see these aircraft have a primer coat, which before anything goes on them, they have a primer coat which is green, which we've seen a lot of. Well, that's quite interesting. See the little Joey parked up down there off on the remote stand. She's normally going out this time of day, isn't she? Koi saying, thank you for the gift, Gerhard. Rachel Van Zeller. Early models of the 737 had bucket reversers too. Yes, they did. With the old Pratt & Whitneys, they certainly did. In fact, the bucket reversers on the 737 are what caused the most amount of damage on the incident that happened at, was it Manchester or where was it? The 737 was taking off, and James Beatwell's gifted 10 memberships. Thanks, James. There they are. Oh, David Edwards, zinc chrome primer. Zinc chrome? I don't know about that. Let's just see. Ellis is here, I think. Painter Girl. David Edwards, Gillian Sankey. Emo Archer. Avro Arrow Taparay. Oh, well, let's just have a look at this. He said good information, so let's just have a little look there. What, Ellis, I didn't power back 727s, but certainly was a passenger on them when it was done. Several USA carriers did it with 727s and DC-9s. There we go, yeah, out of the gate. The old bucket reversers on the DC-9s, of course. Okay, so Ellis flew on the flew the 727s, but he's saying he never powered back the aircraft out of gate. I'd imagine that, you know, because of the amount of power, you'd have to make sure that nobody was standing anywhere near the bleeding thing when they did that. Otherwise, I'd imagine you'd have suitcases and baggage and all sorts flying all over the gaff, wouldn't you? Jack Brown, Qatar 380 in on the southern runway. Oh no! Really? Mark Phillips, QF10, scheduled 11:50 for departure. I'm guessing. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? Do what? So it may still be on this runway. Read a little article this morning. Apparently, Delta Airlines in 2024 they introduced a new uniform, but apparently it was met with quite a lot of criticism by the cabin crew, actually, more than anybody else in terms of safety. So they're actually binning it. I think after a short period of running it, they're binning it. Aaron Thomas, QR3 is a bug on Flight Radar 24. Okay. Jane Thomas. Thank you, Gav Byrne. Keep your greetings to just one single greeting for everyone, folks, if you can, rather than individual greetings, because we don't want to clog the chat up. We don't have to bring the old plunger out. Hey, clear the backlog. Qatar 380 going to land on Jerry's House according to flight radar. Scott Cowell saying. Diesel 13. Good morning to you. Again, please, guys, respect everybody out there. They want to have get involved in the chat, and we want to make sure that people are not having, you know, private conversations and individual groups within groups, if you see what I mean. Well, that's definitely not the case, because he's coming in on this runway. We've got a bit of a bug. Ellis Chernoff, I piloted 727 for 2 operators and we always push back with a tug. There we go. Lucky guy. It's yeah. Matthew Smith is a brand new member. Welcome, Matthew. Good to see you. Thank you again. Gerhard, another 5 channel memberships. Thanks, mate. Eric Teeder, according to Flight Radar 24, Qatar 380 just landed in Staines High Street. Okay, well, there we go. Yes, Margaret, it is chilly. Hap Gilmore. Matthew Smith. Gillian Sankey. Mank Red. There's a little bit. Ellis Chernoff. Okay, well, according to Ellis, his favourite livery for the 380 is the best. My favourite livery, to be honest with you, I mean, I love them all, but no longer around, is it? The old China Southern 380. But gotta say, I do like the Roo. I do like the Qantas livery because of its simplicity. Big Trains TV. Dan saying QR3 now departing on the A330. Trixie 270. Barry Hanson. Morning, folks. Yeah, yeah, for safety reasons, was the reason given for the switch back to the original uniform for Delta. Pete Keating. Morgan, good morning to you. Thank you for your appreciation of the chat guidelines. We really appreciate it, folks. We're trying to because we need to make sure that everybody is happy, regardless of whether you've been here for 8 years or whether you've been here for 8 minutes. Really must make sure that we look after our members so that they can get involved in the chat. That's what we want to do. Make sure that they don't feel, you know, like there's no point in getting involved in the chat. So thank you for. I appreciate your single message. Pete Keating, Singapore Slinger. Livia's. Yes, indeed. Of course, Pete. How could I forget the Singapore Slinger? Dan, SWFF14, LL Retro in next. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's been in quite a few times recently, hasn't it? That's, of course, one of the very older, much older A320 CEOs with the wing fence, the original Airbus wing fence, where it kind of all started. Monique Stirrups. Flight radar's been quite accurate today. I can look out the window just at the point it lands. Okay, is that Monique? Is that Monique that we met at? Yeah. Oh, they're still up there, aren't they? Are they still up there? Hope you've enjoyed your time up there, Monique. Boop. Yeah, I like that. Sam Tweedale, Egypt Air livery for him. Oh, Lana saying BA livery on the 380. Fair enough. Audrey McDonald, Trixie 270. Bob Chalvoy giving out metal. Thank you, Bob. Thomas Cleary watching the live show on my new laptop while having London Heathrow landing and departures on my PC, having flight radar 24. Wow, he's got a whole lot going there, hasn't he? Frozen beard. Nanato, good day to you. Jill Baxter. Loving the liveries of Air New Zealand and the Royal Jordanian livery as well. Yeah, we're hoping that they manage to secure slots here at Heathrow again. We're looking at Air New Zealand, potentially. Trouble is, everyone else is snapping them up, aren't they? Seen the sun for days and days, eh? Gillian Sankey negative. Virgin do not have any 380s. They were on the books to have 380s. They even had their name emblazoned on the side of the prototype jet, or should I say, the test jet, when it was in its X phase. David, good afternoon to you. EGGW Spotters team. Loving the retro, I think EGGW. Oh, maybe the, yeah. The El Al jet. Paul B08 Emirates 380 in the gold livery. In the gold livery. Let me have a think about that. Dave Hurst, Sophie Ellie, good morning to you. Graham Laidlaw. Giving a shout out to Thunderhawk. They go there for refurbishment. Is he talking about the Global 380 perhaps? Quite a big Tucker Road, Gillian Sankey, Andy P. Yeah, big undertake. Who's that, Gilly? Didn't we isn't that funny? We met a Dalgleish the other week, didn't we? One of the trio. And there's another Dalgleish. Richard Dalgleish, there we go. 15 months a member. Well, Richard, you say you've never heard your name mentioned once. I'll be honest with you, Richard, I've never seen your name once. Maybe I've just happened to have missed you, but thank you anyway. Get involved in the chat, Richard. That's why we're trying to be so, I wouldn't like to say stringent, but a little bit more concentrative on keeping things nice and clean for everybody, rather than having these individual group chats going on between 4 or 5 people. We want to keep it nice and fresh. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that that you've stuck with us, Richard. And apologies if I've missed your comments in the past. It's obviously because just overwhelmed with other stuff that's going on. But yeah, please keep involved. Get involved in the chat. And that's what I want. I want to see. I want to see you guys proactive. Sounds like a well, it is a washing fluid or something, isn't it? Victor Charlie 10. Would love to see a BA380 in retro livery, maybe the Landor. Well, it is a shame, isn't it, that the whole the circumstances, everything that led to the demise of the 747, we would have enjoyed them for a good 5 or 6 more years at least of the British Airways jumbos and the retros as well, because we believe that it's more likely that the retros would have been the last of possibly the last of the jumbos to go, to be retired. You would have thought that would be the way that they would do it. Matthew Smith, is runway 27 right exclusively used for arrivals? No, Matthew. The standard procedure when they are on westerly operations, in other words, when they're landing on 27 left and right, or the operations in the morning or in the afternoon, it depends. The switch happens weekly. Let's just say, for example, they stayed on 27s. Today they're landing on 27 right. At 3 o'clock they will switch runways to 27 left and departures on 27 right. It happens all the time that way. They alternate it just for noise abatement for the local local communities. So yeah, the only time they don't switch at the moment is on 09s. Wow, big, strong smell of kerosene there, man. And I'm imagining it might be related to this 777 because the wind is literally right across startup. Dave Forrester. Well, Dave is a even though those reverse panels are open, are slid open, they are literally done. That is done for precautionary measures more than anything else, because they are very selfish on their reversers are BA at London Heathrow especially. Not so much at other airfields. But yes, there's always a switch over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they're on 2-7 operations. And we'll see that this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Dave Forrester, I miss seeing the 747. Believe only place can see them regularly are freight ones at East Midlands. Well, Dave, yes, but you're a new member, so stick around, Dave, because we're going to most certainly heading to Alaska this year. Probably a couple of times, I'd imagine, knowing us, where we'll see multitudes of 747s. So stick around, and also don't forget Frankfurt as well, where the 747-8 and 400 are still operating as passenger jets, literally, more or less. Oh, easy, sir. Interesting. He's got de-icing fluid all over him. What is that all about? Where's he just come from? Where's that jet just come from, Jilly? Because he's still got de-icing fluid all over him. Aerotiques visited ATC back in April. The preparation for the switch was amazing to watch. Wow. Oh, I see. Aerotiques visited ATC back in April. Yeah, I had a dream about being up in ATC the other day, Jilly. Hilarious. Yes. Wow, lucky for you, Guy. And we want to visit you as well, Aerotiques. Those guys do some amazing stuff, folks. If you're ever looking for some aero art in your man cave or in your lounge or anywhere really, then get yourself on their website. Got some amazing stuff. So he's come from Montreal, that Dreamliner, but he's still got a shed load of de-icing fluid on him. Wow. Matthew Smith, will BA be looking to replace the 747s and 380s with the upcoming 777-9? Affirmative, yeah. A mix of 787s and 777-9s, yeah, eventually. Most definitely it's just a funny one, isn't it, with regards to I think you'll find BA will probably order more A350s to replace the 200 variants of the 777s. 380s most definitely the 777-9. But I think the 777-9 is too big to replace some of the smaller aging aircraft. When I say smaller, you know, the 777-200s and perhaps even the 787-8s. I wonder what they're going to do with them in the long run. James Beatwell has gifted 10 memberships. Ditto CYGS is a returning member. Welcome back, Ditto. Gary. Gary, Thomas Cleary, thank you, Thomas. Came from Toronto. Is where you are? Calgary? Montreal, sorry. Yeah, it's crazy. What is that all about? I wasn't seeing things there, was I? Dawn DeFern. Good day to you, Dawn. I defer to Dawn. Who comes again? Somebody wanted some eggs, mate. Have you got any eggs? He never listens, does he? Just carries on going. Hap Gilmore. And Aaron Thomas also confirming that that's come from Montreal. L&M came from Montreal, and we are getting very cold air. That Montreal already has late. Well, you know what? It may be that it was just climbed out. It departed in very cold conditions, climbed out into very cold. There's a very cold front coming over the Atlantic, isn't there, next week? There's going to be winds in excess of 250 mile an hour, so we might see a couple of records broken for London Heathrow next week. Denise Donnelly mentioning the TAP retro livery. Indeed it is. Question yesterday on I think it was Simple Flying about thoughts on flying on a single aisle jet across the Atlantic. I think personally it's just a psychological thing. When you look into it and actually, you know, once you're on board the aircraft, I think it is more a psychological thing than anything. Oh, I don't want to fly on a little plane all the way across the Atlantic. I don't feel safe. Well, it's just a scaled down version of an A350 or 777 or 330 or whatever. So, you know, it is all down to how the aircraft is configured in terms of its seating arrangement and also legroom. That's what's critical, isn't it? When I flew with Iceland Air on their 737 to Reykjavik from wherever it was, they had nice. It's always ever since I've been flying and you know and sort of like really delving into the whole aerodynamics thing. It's always surprised me that the trailing edge of the flaps of the wing flaps are squared off and are not pointed, because I'd imagine that causes quite a bit of drag, really. Although I know that the air is, you know, the pressure is channeled up the wing, of course, but it obviously, you know, flows over the wing, and that's what creates the lift, you know, with the high pressure underneath and the low pressure above. And it tries to leak out from the end of the wing, which is why these wingtips are as they are, to minimise the amount of drag. But it does surprise me that the trailing edge part of the wing flap is actually squared off, quite interestingly enough. EGPX 350 has a look. Wow, she's 6 on her feet, man. Don't you love the way those things just drop? All that weight is transferred from the flying machine literally onto that main set of undercarriage. Flying bedstead, good question. Why doesn't Airbus sell belugas to commercial freight companies? Well, good question. Good question. You know, it does. You could beg the question, but the thing is that Airbus have already got their freighter conversion division, so to speak. Well, the 330 freighter is one that they offer, the 330-200 freighter. I'm not sure if they're offering a 330-8 freighter at the moment. I'm not sure, but of course their next big conquest is going to be the A350-1000 freighter. They call it the 1000 freighter, but it's sort of like in between the two, between the 900 and the 1000. Brent De Filippi. Brent, good day to you. Great to see you back. Get involved in the chat, folks. Want to see you getting involved in the chat. Don't be shy. Come in here and talk. I love to talk about aviation. Paul Jones gifted a membership. Thanks, mate. There's sharklets on the Airbus. Not a carbon, not a composite material. The sharklets on the A320 model. They are beautifully sculpted in alloy. So that will be sort of like using usual methods of manufacturing. So heard that there was a note gone out by the FAA regarding the 737NG models and 757s with those flip down overhead, you know, those ones in the old aircraft with the flip down screens that you see that are used for in-flight, not entertainment, but for announcements. They generally, I think some of the CEO Airbuses have got them as well. I've certainly seen them on British Airways, but the ones that flip down, and they've been told that they've got to revise the way that they're fitted, because they've had a couple of them dislodge during landings that are outside of within the limits of landing. In terms of, you know, if it's a rough landing, for example, you can understand a couple of them probably flipping down and possibly even falling out. But apparently there's been a couple of instances where a couple of screens have dislodged and come out during normal landing procedures. Aidan Campbell, Qatar 777, 12 minutes out. Somebody wanting a look at the United hangar, we'll give them a little look at that, please. Matthias Manson saying, Jerry, or asking Jerry, have you ever seen a Tupolev Tu-154 at Heathrow? Only on film, Matthias. I'm pretty sure that I saw a Tu-154 at Gatwick back in the day. Dana, Australia, giving a shout out from Adelaide, South Australia. Could you show the plane wings on touchdowns occasionally? It would be good to see the flex of the wings. Yeah, absolutely. And here's one right now. I think this is an old 767, isn't it? No, it's a triple. My apologies. The biggest one to see the wings deflex would be the Dreamliner, of course. Looks like he's got a replacement leading edge slat section. Oh, easy, son, easy. Sink rate. Oh, nailed it. There you go. Of course, these giant planes prefer to be flying than on the ground. When that wing deflexes and goes into its static position, it's under more stress in a way, believe it or not, than especially if it's left on the ground for any great period of time. It prefers to be. Here's one for you, Dina. Or Dana. Paul's hijinks. Tapare. Egypt Air from Cairo. Thank you. 777-36N. The extended range, the ER. Clifford Warner. Are you hoping to do another Lisbon show later in the year? Your show last November was full of everything, including the weather. It was, Clifford. I've got to say, it's probably quite a rare instance of having weather like that in Lisbon, isn't it? We've been there a few times, and every time it's been baking hot. Certainly the last time I was there, I wasn't in any way interfered with by the ants. The local ant community were yeah, we'll see what we can do though regarding Portugal. Vinnie Jones, what is the braking speed on touchdown, or does it depend on the aeroplane? Yeah, it kind of depends on the aircraft, but you know, some of these aircraft have auto braking systems. But in general, as soon as they touch down, the brakes are applied, along with the reversers, of course. But some of the times, as soon as on some different types of aircraft, when the reversers are kicked in, the speed brakes, the ground spoilers come up on the wing automatically. But in general, the braking speed is just literally as the aircraft touches down. Part of the procedure is to apply the brakes, which is with the upper element of the foot pedals, of the rudder pedals. There's a small element on the pedal itself, which see, I think that back of that thing. Look at the back end of that. I think there's every possibility, mind you. Now I'm thinking whether, yeah. Could you not put a sodding great big door in that thing? Remove the upper deck. Mind you, to remove the upper deck, it comes in segments. Whether that's whether that's actually able to be done. Remove the upper deck. When I say remove the upper deck, I'm not talking about cut it out. I'm talking about the inside floor, the upper deck flooring, where all the seats are bolted to. Whether that could be removed integrally. This is the E2. See, that sits nicely, doesn't it? That wing flex. Well, flying all the way from Montreal, that Dreamliner with, and it's still got its type. Oh, here we go. Watch out, Jelly. Here we go. Well, yeah. I mean, in terms of the demand, yeah, I can understand that with regards to the Beluga and the freight operations, but they do now operate their own freight division, which they have farmed out the old Belugas for specialist freight operations as well. But the only obvious, one of the obvious negative points of that would be the fact that, you know, you have to have specialist equipment at the airfield in order to get the freight off of the Beluga, because obviously it only has one option in terms of getting the freight on or off, and that's through the front cranked forehead, I guess you'd call it, wouldn't you? Because the flight deck stays where it is, the nose is where it is, it's just above the flight deck. And so the fact that the flight deck protrudes out the front, you have to have a specialist piece of equipment. Molly's getting a pinky sweatshirt by Tuesday. John Pierce, what's the history behind the little pink machine? Well, that little pink tractor is actually, it's Delta's, isn't it? I think it's Delta's breast cancer awareness vehicle that they had painted many years ago. Noel Gallagher, Richard Dalgleish. Yeah, we do love you, Pinky. Paul Goldsworthy, Aidan Campbell. The most popular variant was the 747-400 with 694 new built aircraft delivered to 48 first-hand customers. It also had the longest new delivery and manufacturing run at 30 years, 1989 to 2009. Yeah, 30 years of manufacture, wow. That's good going, isn't it? Frozen Beard loving the Egypt Air livery. And there it is. That big old wing on it. See those pylons under the wing there, folks? They're what is commonly known as canoes, but that's the aerodynamic fairing that houses all the hydraulic rams and screws and electrical systems for the flaps. So most of them are screws which literally wind the flap down, which is why you hear that noise. Yes, CGPX, yes. No excessive greetings on the chat, please. Unless we're saying hello to Pinky. There we go. Matthew Smith. Matthew Smith, have you been to Johannesburg? Negative, Matthew. We haven't been to Joburg. We hear that it's a little bit difficult to film down there. Ellis Chernoff, the main use of Antonov in the USA is to transport jet bridges. I would imagine Beluga could also carry them. Yeah, could do. And relax. Aerotics, they had to build a hangar at the Airbus wing manufacturing, Hawarden, isn't it? Hawarden. To accommodate the belugas so they could open it when it was windy. Yeah, it's a bit like what they've got at Toulouse, isn't it? With the with the beluga. Yeah, can you imagine trying to load wings into that thing when you're doing it outside? Yeah, they built a hangar with a custom-built front end on it, so they literally drive the beluga into it, close the doors around it, and then open the freight door up. What's that noise? Is that a girl now, Julie? It's a girl now, isn't it? It is. Andy, Airbus did have discussions with UPS and DHL about the A380 freighter. But I think because of the fact that it was they were unsure about the popularity of it. I'm not absolutely sure as to the exact reason why they dropped the idea of the A380 freighter. GGW spotters team. This 777, 27 years old. Which one are we talking about there? EGGW. Tapare United 764 somewhere. Frozen beard. Tony Alvarez. Are you come to Chicago O'Hare anytime in the future? Well, Tony, you know we've been there. I'm guessing you know we've been to Chicago on a number of occasions. But yeah, we'll be back. No doubt about it. Freezing out there at the moment, isn't it? Floating. A bit of a float on there. Phil Felkins. With Pinky going out that way, that means that he's definitely coming back this way. So, oh, okay, Aidan Campbell, correction, 20 years. Website made an error. Oh, the noise, yeah. The flap noise. That's flaps 1 setting. A little bit more. Give me a little bit more flap. Yeah. What's that, GP? Sorry. Donna 21, any ideas of coming to Philly? Any plans at this stage? Is that American on the push? Come on, people, sing with me. Hum that tune, hum that tune. Ellis Chernoff nails the flap drive sound. Thanks, mate. What in? Where? Okay. Spooky Cindy. Okay. I'm going to read this one out. Oh, we just missed him. I told you he'd be coming back. So somebody's saying here, bug in a base bin. Bug in a base bin. Wasn't the reason for the 380 freighter didn't fly because although it could carry a greater payload than the 747 freighter, the price per ton was higher. So it came down to economics at the end of the day. There we go. Thank you. He's a subby. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. So it just didn't work out economically for, I'm guessing, for the operators. Yeah, look at that. I was under the understanding that it's not standard operating procedures to open up the reversers or apply the reverse thrusters until all wheels are on the ground. That's what I'm led to believe, but I don't know, different company procedures maybe. Look at those ginormous, great big GE engines up against those little IAEs, man. Ellis Chernoff, FedEx made the case that the MD-11 would be better than the 747 in their operations. Right, there you go. Graham Laidlaw, I'm sure Pinky does. I think I'm led to believe, and it's not a good thing, is it? Seeing as Pinky was originally made pink for breast cancer awareness, and yet it's used for people that want to sneak off for a crafty oily rag. Giannis. Yeah, that was both really, I guess. Strong smell of Dunlop in the air. There we go, Ellis saying the 777 freighter actually carries more than the 747 Classic for a containerised operation. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So, how much longer is the 747-400 than the and that's, don't forget, we have to consider belly freight as well here, folks. You know, these big freighter jets, even though they have an upper deck, they also have the complete belly deck as well for containers, for container freight as well, ULDs. Matthew Smith, thank you, Matthew. Good feedback. 380F was never made because the 380-8 had too high of an MTOW maximum takeoff weight, as there were plans to build a larger A380-900. Indeed, I'm guessing there was. It was always on the drawing board, wasn't it? James Dayton, Airbus had 25 orders for the 380 freighter, but it was dropped as a variant due to the late production and backlog of the passenger version. There we go, and that's a source of simple flying, James Dayton. Thank you. Kind of like makes you wonder about the 777-8 freighter, doesn't it? And the future of that as a platform. Whether they'll just keep producing the 777-200 freighter. Although there are already orders for the 777-8 freighter, I believe. I think, however, Airbus are a little ways ahead. Oh, he's floating it. They're a little ways ahead. I wouldn't say it's nerve-wracking, but it's always a little bit, come on mate, get it down, when you see where you think you should be landing, and you're still floating, the aircraft's still floating. Dave EGBK, I'm gonna give him a readout because he's obviously a subby, and maybe he's just found the channel, I don't know. But Dave asking, why is it called the flare when the front wheel is lifted on touchdown? Well, the front wheel's not. Yeah, that's exactly it, Dave. The angle of attack is what is critical in the landing stages of an aircraft. They'll always land with an attitude, like you see this one with a nose up attitude. But just before landing, there is the flare, just to make sure that the aircraft sinks with the mains touching like that. But that was like a constant flare, if you know what I mean. Depends on the size of the aircraft. It's sometimes more noticeable than other times. But yeah, the flare is, and also it's just the whole flying. You know, the angle of attack for the wing. To make sure that you touch the mains down first, because you don't want to be touching the front end down first at all. Aidan Campbell, there was a photo online of an A380 in Atlas Air livery and no windows. I can believe that, whether it's obviously a Photoshop or a artist's impression of a freighter. Russell Franswick, bit random, lovely flap noise. Nadine, GE Aerospace released a Spotify album called Sounds of Flight in 2023. So it could be a collaboration. Sounds of Flight. Have a look at that, Jelly, would you? Oh, okay. Neither do I. Jono, off to Tenerife on Jet 2 on Tuesday. Cheeky little 737-800. No shows from Stansted at the moment, Jono, but possibly in the future, if it all comes off with our friends at Turkish Airlines Cargo, that would be the only time that we'd head up to Stansted. And I'm sure you understand that, Jono. Why would I want to travel all the way to Stansted to watch a load of Ryanair jets and a couple of Jet 2s and a few Easy Jets and the odd maybe one freighter every now and then when I've got all this on my doorstep, literally. But have a great time, Jono, off on Tuesday. Nick Gray saying there's a pinky tug at Philadelphia. Well, we saw one at Minneapolis, didn't we? Oh no, oh LAX, yeah, that was it, yeah. Jed Kenyon loving the stream and the aircraft noises. Well, I've only got a couple. Oh, ENR asking Ellis if you ever flew a combi aircraft. Interesting. Did he? The only really real one out there was, did they have combi DC-10s back in the day? TAP's Retrojet. Jim, has there ever been a time when an aircraft has taxied to the wrong gate? Probably many times, I'd imagine there, Jim. Do BA operate the CFM56 version of the 320 or IAE V2500, Matthew Smith? It is the IAE V2500, Matthew. But they now operate the GE LEAP engine on the Neo aircraft. So the LEAP engine is obviously a replacement for the CFM56. So kind of in a way, yes, they do. Watch the wing deflex. Watch it, watch. It's kind of difficult to see from this angle. fuller reverser. Nice. Yes, indeed. And of course, Ellis mentioning about the 747 classic freighter with a nose load operation means that they can fit oversized freight in terms of length. Jimmy G61, just a brute to look at. Start up. Come on, sing with me. Hum it, hum it. That's United triple pushing back in it. I'll name that engine in one. He's running it long. Look at that wing. Actually a beautiful bird, man. Tiny little empennage on the A350 though, anyway. Well, at least the horizontal stabilizers on the A350 kind of look a little bit too small in a funny sort of way, but no, aerodynamically it's fit for purpose. Gene Hills or Hiles looks a little foggy there, kind of just misty, isn't it? Is it? Barry Price should put you on. You bet. Steve MC. Wow. Well, Rachel, I don't think that would work. I mean, you know, I'd soon run out of material, put it that way. Nick Hanmore, what is the biggest jet engine in operation and who flies it? Well, really, it's debatable because the GE90 115B is a big engine, okay, 115,000 pounds of thrust. However, we hear that it rarely uses all of that 115,000 pounds of thrust. When you're talking about the size of the engine, are you off, mate? Take care, drive safely. Come all the way from Southampton, folks. Yeah, but Rolls-Royce like to claim that with the XWB engine. Oh, float it. Went to flare, then it floated. It's a little bit of a tailwind, Jilly. It's actually a little bit of a tailwind, mate. If you look at SOC, it's swirling between a Helen O'Keefe. And of course, the GE90 is operated by many different operators. XWB on the Airbus A350, again, operated exclusively on the Airbus A350. Yeah, a little bit of a tailwind there. Maybe 5 knots, like old Chris O was landing in a 5-knot tailwind the other day. What's going on down at the United hangar? Probably is actually inside it, I'd imagine. Constantly working on those 767s, aren't they? Aidan Campbell, GE9X, yes, but it's not yet in operation, is it? I think the gent was asking about the currently the most the biggest engine. We say biggest engine in terms of fan diameter and outer casing diameter. It's a close run thing between the GE90, which can deliver at least 100,000 pounds of thrust. Because at the moment, you know, in terms of engines that are on the drawing, well, not even on the drawing board now. Of course, the Rolls-Royce Ultrafan program is well in effect, and they've already run it up to full power with the Ultrafan. That's bigger than the 9X. What's that? AJ Aviation float flare action, yeah. Roger Slater, that's T2 to Star Alliance Terminal, T3 and T5 is One World Alliance, and T4 is Sky Team Alliance. Okay, little bit of precip. Really? Oh. Yeah, they're definitely landing into a tailwind. Nem UK. Good afternoon to you, Nem. Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? Jules Harris, when will the Ultrafan engine go into service? Great question, Jules, because I don't know. I think that if you want my opinion on it, I think Rolls-Royce's plan, long-term plan, is to present engine options for engine replacements on aircraft. Most certainly, and it's from Rolls-Royce themselves to say that they plan to potentially, in the future, replace engines, because the future of aviation in terms of aircraft, I don't think there's a new sort of like aircraft design on the drawing board by anyone at this point in time, other than possibly Boeing with the 797, which will be the replacement for the 737, which will sort of compete, hopefully, with the A321 and so on and so forth. However, if you note that Rolls-Royce do not have an engine that competes for the single aisle market. That is kind of dominated by General Electric and Pratt & Whitney. So I think you'll find that Rolls-Royce's long-term plans, and this is just a theory by me, that their long-term plan is to build an engine, and obviously to build the big one first, it's easier than building a small one, really. I mean, you know, just because the components are bigger, easier to engineer and you know, get in there, so to speak. But once they've created the bigger one, this is the Trent 7000. Nice. See the bulge? See the bulge at the base of the tail of the vertical stabiliser there, folks? See that bulge there? It's on all Airbuses, believe it or not. I'm not sure. I don't think it's on the single aisle jets, but it's most certainly on all of the. It's on the 350 as well. I think you'll find. Or is it? I'm pretty sure there is maybe a smaller one, but you can just see the front end of it on the A380 there. But yes, I think that the long-term plans for Rolls-Royce is to create a new generation of engines based on the UltraFan program, which is kind of like what they did with the Trent program. And that is to offer an engine to the single aisle market, and when they do that, there's a possibility that they might be able to develop that in time before Pratt & Whitney sort all their problems out. Of course, you know, the Leap 1B, of course this is the Leap 1A on the Airbus jet. The Leap 1A doesn't seem to have had any problems, but the Leap 1B with Boeing and the 737 have had issues with the anti-icing system on the Leap engine. But I think that's a problem that will be quite quickly sorted out. Don't know why they don't have a sort of like overheating element in there, a bit like your hairdryer or any heating element that you use, like your car windscreen, for example. When you turn on your defrosting for your car windscreen, it turns off after a certain period of time, doesn't it? Why haven't they implemented that with the Leap engine? I don't know. I really don't know. The pilots have to actually, I think, manually turn it off. There's been problems with it overheating and causing issues on that Southwest jet being one of them. The blind fella. Yes, thank you. I am staying warm. Is the blind fella blind? And if you are, thank you for tuning in, my friend. Chris Gossman, tuning in from Seattle. I don't know about that, Anders. Is that your opinion, or something that you've found as a statistic? Here he is. Someone off for another cheeky, oily look. Craig Russell, Craigie Gerard, sorry, Craig Gerard. Yeah, apparently the weather's going to be not too dissimilar to this in Japan. And when you're big in Japan, if he's going that way, he's definitely coming back. He's got to come back on the same route. Yes, Stephen Stobart, I've already thought about it. Pinky, the airport tractor, and his friends. That's just the luck of the draw, isn't it, mate? Yeah, I think so. Couldn't have half and half. Well, I don't have a problem with eating sushi, do I? I don't have a problem with sushi. I really think so. Eight years ago, Liam. Barry Price, not at the moment, no. I'm guessing the dew point is probably higher than the temperature, I'd imagine, because it's bleeding taters at the moment. Bosh! Let it down. Wow, that strong smell of tyre smoke, man. Filling my nostrils. Digital David. Good day to you, Digital David. Barry Price. Andrew Hickinbottom, I've been asking for ages when the... Well, I don't know if you've maybe just happened to have missed us discussing it, Andrew. That's all I can say. See ya! Drive safely. Yeah. Folks, if you are a little bit sort of like... If you wanna get updates on okay, run it, GP. If you want to get updates on what we're doing and where we're going and plans for the future, then you might want to download the app, ladies and gents, because that is something that will give you some good information on upcoming shows, overseas shows, and anything else that we might be doing. And that's where you can also get information on how to apply for your free sticker, etc, etc. So download the app, for God's sake, and then you won't miss out. Two sausage dogs and a basset hound. Yeah, there is more to Big Jet TV than meets the eye, folks, literally. You know, so that's why it's important that you download the app. To stay in touch. You can also find us on the X platform as well, Twitter as we prefer to call it. You can find us on there as well. And also, it's just important, isn't it, Gilly? We'll come on to that in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, stand by. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, of course, another way to make sure that you don't, or it's another way of not missing any future shows and news or anything like that. Well, not so much news, but future shows, folks. You've got to make sure that you subscribe to the channel as well. If you're a gifted member, then make sure that you subscribe to the channel, because being gifted a membership, or even as a fully homegrown member paying for their own membership, please make a point that it is important that you subscribe to the channel as well. That's really important, because then turn your notifications on as well. Put your notifications to all. Are we off, GP? Is it off? Is it gone then? Have they banned it? Is it official? Have they banned TikTok? Is it done? Ray McClatchy, how long do the stickers normally take to arrive? I sent my SAA in the post just after Christmas, still waiting. Ray, I do have a new fresh batch to send out. Did I call your name out on the Friday night show? Because if not, then I don't know. Where are you based, Ray? Where are you based, Ray? Because I do have a fresh batch of stickers to send out. And I don't remember your name on the Friday night show, put it that way. And I've done the last two batches have been read out as well, haven't they? Alistair Burkett mentioning how good the Renaissance is to stay at. Yeah, one of some people's preferred locations, because we do get to see quite a lot from here, and we're very fortunate and very blessed to be able to come here and film at the Renaissance. Nick Gray banned until at least tomorrow. Yeah, because I think he reneged on it, didn't he? Oh, hum with me. Kevin Beasley. DWR LHR 747-8 due 1 hour 10 minutes. Currently over Switzerland. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Oh, we've got 747 inbound, GP. Sorry, man. Stop. Steph Bird's gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Steph Bird. Number 2 star. Digital David, the airside observation deck at Zurich on Friday night was pretty special. Okay, he's obviously been there. It is a great observation deck at Zurich, I have to say. goes all the way round, doesn't it? Probably one of the best out there, really, I'd imagine. In terms of the fact that it's out in the open air, lots of places. It's big and wide and lots of places for people to roam around. That's the flare. Daniel Burns saying Emirates EK29 A380 inbound. Formula Thermal, an early flare by the Kuwait. Yes, it was a noticeable flare, wasn't it? Nigel Armstrong, what are the winch socks showing? Well, it's a little bit of a breeze out there, probably 5 knots, I'd imagine, but it is a kind of tailwind that they're landing into. More a tailwind than a headwind. Look at that. That's why we're seeing a little bit of floating going on. Barry Price also noting the prominent flare on that Egypt Air jet. Scrubby Creek, g'day. Digital David, you read correctly. They are indeed. I don't know if it's in. They've actually in operation, or whether it's a planned operation in terms of separations, the separation distances for approaching aircraft. ATC are implementing an AI platform, I think it is. Well, or aided by AI, artificial intelligence, for separation of aircraft, in order to minimise the amount of time the aircraft are in holds and so on and so forth. So in other words, you know, normally when you get a big jet, you generally hope to try and follow it by a big jet, but if it's a smaller aircraft, there's a standard separation. But I think they're trying to minimise that now in order to speed up the process of arrivals, I believe. Dave Earl asking, why do we still use knots as a speed? Well, I just do. I think it's the same with. So there's a lot of terminology that's been brought over from shipping in the past, isn't it? You know, that knots, port starboard, and things like that. I think. Well, there's 2 anyway. Aaron Thomas, EK29, 4th to land, thank you. Saab, good afternoon to you. Celtic Mel, how do you decipher the METAR info? Yeah, good question, Celtic Mel. Read it slowly. Read it slowly and ask Google. Because it is, when you understand it, it's you know, in that METAR will be the time that the METAR has been given out, and wind speeds, etc., etc. It's mainly all to do with wind speeds and direction, wind direction, isn't it? Nice. Sinking down on its mains there, man. 25 hectopascals, blimey. It's a new one on me. Get ready for the startup. Gotcha, Simon, thank you. Ellis Chernoff. Metar provides a standardized format that can also be transmitted electronically. There we go. And METAR stands for meteorological, and that's about as far as I know. Avro Arrow, I missed that, was it Ontario, Julie? Montreal, that was it. Sorry. Avro Arrow, the Montreal Dreamliner. We didn't have a time stamp on it, and it was at the early part of the show. However, I would imagine that our timestamp specialist will probably put it up later in the after the show, as he always does. And a big thanks to him for doing that. Dave Augustine tuning in from a chilly Minnesota. Sophie Fitzpatrick, welcome back, Sophie. Andy P. Ian Baker. All about measuring distance over the time. Knots is just a better method than miles per hour. Okay, there we go. Carol Smith, Zach Edwards. JMR Racing, good day to you. Cheryl Howard, CX7 due in at 2:28. Yeah, got it, yeah. Airline steward saying that the A380 was unveiled in an elaborate ceremony in France 20 years ago yesterday. Ian Baker, can I just say thanks to the timestamp guy. Love it that he does that, particularly when watching a catch-up. There we go, Ian. And that is, don't tell me. Ugar, isn't it? And I'll know that because I think of nougat. White and pink nougat. Stop. Sorry. Sorry, off topic. Sorry. More or less, yeah. Just plains crazy. Good morning from a very cold Dallas, Fort Worth. 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, I'll have a bit of that. Cold, 23 degrees. Mind you, I'd love that if I had been out in Dallas with 23 degrees. We need to consider our international trips when the weather is cooler, Gilly, don't we? Because in hot climates you get heat haze and all that, don't you? Cheryl Howard never fails to amaze me how such a huge machine can tippy-toe down. Yeah, that's all down to the listen to that. Oh. Wow. Old 777-200. Simon Lewis. Watcher of trials. Lord Jason Matten. Wizz Air has announced that 40, yes, this is quite an old bit of news actually, but still current really, 40 of their aircraft are going to be grounded. Well, over the next 4 to 5 years. Not all 40 for 4 to 5 years. I don't know, it's 4 to 5 years even, is it? Is it 4 to 5 years? The news article I read was that 23 degrees Fahrenheit, right, okay. Yeah, I read that, well, that's minus 7, isn't it? Isn't that minus 7? Thank you, Jason. Wizz Air, yeah, I'm not sure if that's completely correct. 40 of their aircraft over the next couple of years, I think it is. I don't know if it was 4 to 5 years. Wow. If that is the case, they've got some serious issues, haven't they? You know, that's insane, man. In where? Is it? Whoa, easy. Whoa. Nigel Armstrong, are the engines still in situ on the Concorde? If so, Be a great event if they tried to, no, they're not. The engines are have been on all, I believe, on all of the Concords were removed. Some are on display. As far as I'm aware, and the answer is no, the engines on the London Heathrow Concorde are not in situ. Giannis Regis, I remember this beast being tested in Filton. He's talking about the 380, I'm guessing. Alexander Evans, currently sat on SQ308 Singapore Slinger, due in at 310, will give you a wave. Okay. Well, we won't see you, Alexander, because you'll be on the southern runway, a long way over the other side, but we'll probably catch you, I'd imagine, in terms of the aircraft. Martin Pete remembers watching the build thread of the 380 and testing. Yeah, some amazing stuff there from the, I mean, just the vastness of it, wasn't it? And like I was mentioning yesterday, what is amazing, not just of the 380, but, you know, of these aircraft that have segments, you know, the 350, the 330, and what was the 380. The narrow body jets come in a single segment, but no, they don't. They don't. I think they are also segmented. The narrow body fuselage segments on the Airbus jets. But it is amazing, isn't it? You know, in terms of the tolerances, they are built to amazing tolerances. These components, so that they have to join together. It can't be sort of like 5 mil out or different, anything like that. They have to be have microns of tolerance. We're talking like below a millimetre of difference in size, if you see what I mean. However, if you look at the average Dreamliner, you can see quite clearly the segments where they have been joined. Of course, the A350 I believe that the A350, of course, the front end of it, going to get big smoky start up from these Pratt & Whitneys. Watch this. Of course, they generally don't make a noise. They're more noise. What now? What? Can't see it. I'll have to come off. Good for you. Cat, man. Tony E. Bikeman Jr. Yes, we are aware. Well, we are aware. Not everyone's aware, but thank you for making those aware who aren't aware Tony. Boeing 777X has restarted certification flight tests. Just one of them flying at the moment. I think it's the number 3 aircraft. Of course, thrust link components have been changed. Whether it's actually the thrust, the whole tubular link itself, or whether it's the components, the brackets, should I say, I don't know. But yeah, Wade Perry. It's going to be still very hot in Perth in March. Dan Dare 146-757-200M was a large side cargo door towards the front of the left side to enable loading freight. Nepal Airlines 757-200M was unique in that it was the only 757 specifically ordered as a combi jet. Interesting. Thanks, Dan Dare. Wasn't aware of that. Going to shout it for Lee Ringwood Gooner. Big shout out to Chloe, Dave and Hugh flying out on VS 155 to Vegas at 4 p.m. Startup number 2. Aaron Thomas pushing back to O'Hare. Nick Gray, bit of news from Simple Flying. ITA Airways officially joins Lufthansa Group as 41% stake acquisition is completed. Wow. I guess that's Lufthansa Group have bought 41% of ITA Airways. Wow, that's a big old lump, isn't it? Icy tortoise. Mark Morgan, that's the kettle boiling, Jerry. Might be your kettle, mate. David Smith, our Korean retiring their 380 on, saw a tatty Korean 380 leave LAX yesterday, and it looked from the paint that it had been through a fuselage inspection, as some sections were really blue. Well, we've had that with Korean's 777s here. Have we not? Isn't it lovely? You get a hoot from the old Bill, isn't it, eh? Thanks, fellas and ladies and everyone in between. I didn't realise I had the old Pratt & Whitney's start-up sound dialed. Philip Wheeler, Wizz Air statement said up to 40 planes grounded at any one time. That's insane. That's crazy. I read it differently in the news that I read a little while back about that. That over the next couple of years, Wizz Air are going to be grounding. Well, I mean, they have to ground them because they have to take the engines off. But in other words, Wizz Air's batch of 320neos or 321neos have, oh dear, that's terrible, isn't it? That's almost to the point of bankrupting an airline, folks, because unless Airbus or Pratt & Whitney are able to step in and help them out, which I think they should, personally, you're going to go bust, aren't you? They've got to supply them with leased aircraft. I wouldn't have said compensation. I would have said leased aircraft, because, you know, compensation is, I don't think it's enough, is it? What do you reckon it is then, Bert? Oh, I don't know, Dave. Looks to be something on the lower part of the engine, of course. Maybe the it may be that that vent. Look at a fella with a shorts on. Fair play, mate. Yeah, it's bottom part of the engine, isn't it? Just potentially geezer. It's a bit late now, Wade. Can't really make any changes to Perth now, can we? Yeah, it's ginormous, isn't it, that engine, man? Whispering nature. Oh, that's a subby. Give her a, or him, asking a question. Sorry if it's a silly question, but when the planes, nothing is a silly question on Big Jet TV, folks. Ask any question. When the planes are taxiing, are there sensors in the lines they are following to make sure they are positioning correctly within the airport? Whispering nature, negative. No, they don't. It's all down to the pilot's knowledge of the airfield, and also the taxi instructions that are given by the ground controllers. But there are no sensors. They have waypoints. Listen to these things go reverse pitch. Tell you what, that's quite impressive how that little ATR, the wings are still flexing after the aircraft touches down. That's quite impressive, that, isn't it? Isn't it? Aidan Campbell, Cathay Pacific 747 freighter, 41 minutes out. Well, if that's 41 minutes out, then we're going to get it on this runway, aren't we, Jilly? We're going to get the jumbo on this runway. Hurrah! Simon Lewis Betty used to be a postman. Flying Virgin in December, Lady Sharon saying, just booked my inward flight seats today. All right. Well, what a ridiculous thing to say. They have to take them out the box to make sure that all the equipment is on them before they send them out. Otherwise, Really? Well, yeah. What ones that are in the shop or ones that are in the back room? In the back room, in the shop. Really? Well, that's interesting. So therefore, when ARD send them out, they have to send them as they are. Then there's no repercussion. Yeah. Lady engineer there. She won't have long nails, will she? And them stupid bleeding great talons that you see half the time. How do you use a flipping keyboard when you do that? If you... Yeah. Yeah. Jason Turner is a returning first-class member. Welcome back, Jason. That's the core cowl that they've got open there, folks. It's basically the core inspection cowl. So the aft section on the left-hand side that you see there is the moving segment that slides back to expose the reverser system. And the forward section, you can see that looks like it's sort of like drooping off the front, is the nacelle or the nacelle. But what they're that part that they're inspecting there is where the most of the ancillaries, pumps, electronic components, the engine mapping systems, all of that kind of stuff is located in there. And at the bottom of the engine is, of course, the vent. There is a vent which vents a number of different systems. Yes, the van could fit inside the engine. It's insane, isn't it? Actually, gives you a good idea of how angulated the nacelle is on the engine. I think it's a bit of an optical illusion there, but nice triple on the push. These are Pratt & Whitneys. See the little stubby back end on the engine kind of gives it away. Oh, pushing this way. They're pushing towards us. Awesome. Now these engines don't have the big start up of the GEs. They are more towards the his smiley face, look. Philip Wheeler, yeah, it's because the A380 is parked up the other side of the Virgin jet. Carl Simmons, love the show. Takes me back to when I was a young lad, when my dad used to do the fencing at Gatwick Airport. Used to sit in a cabin watching planes take off and land. How cool is that? Carl, that's brilliant. I don't think that's one of the benefits of female engineers, is it? Some men have very small hands. Some women have big hands. Gary Lyon, yeah, also talking about that. See now, is this a... So the back end of the engine is basically turning the front end of the engine. It looks like that's a prime. Here we go. It's a dual engine start, man. Look at this. And now they'll fire them up. Very little sound comes from the Pratt & Whitney engines. PW4000s, dual engine start. Bikal Pam, take care. Carl Simmons giving a shout out to whomever gifted him the free membership. Tony Haynes, my brother-in-law was an engine mechanic for Eastern Airlines in Miami. We used to watch the planes from the observation deck at Miami. Wow, how cool is that? Stinky Mole. Someone's got a refurbed set of Trent 1000s. Robbie Munro, let it spin up, turn the fuel on, bosh. Yes. Of course, don't forget, folks, that flash is not for us. I'd love to think it is, but it isn't. It's for the ground crew, the dispatcher. Look at that, man. Nick Gray, yeah. It's happened quite a lot recently, to be honest with you. The old brakes get a bit of moisture on them, of course. You know, being exposed to all that cold air and then all of a sudden heating up so rapidly causes them to squeak sometimes. If you have a bicycle that has disc brakes on it, when you ride it in cold conditions, generally you get a bit of squeaking because of the moisture getting trapped between the brake pads and the disc brake as it boils the moisture off. Is the real Jordanian way out all the way from Newcastle. Look at it flex. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, man? High aspect ratio wing. Much prefer that in its standard livery than that Sands livery. I mean, you know, it's a beautiful place to visit. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I haven't been there, but looks amazing. But in terms of the livery that they've got on her, I'm not a big fan of it. Looks like it's got a big bruise on it. Bob Shalvoy. Reverses on modern engines, just the cold stream flow. Yeah, these are known as cold stream systems. Back in the old days, in the very early days, the old engines like the very early, I think Pratt & Whitney's maybe didn't, but the Conway engines, I'm pretty sure that the Rolls-Royce Conways had reversers that literally pushed all of the ingested air forwards. Kind of crazy. So it ingested it and pushed it back. I'm not sure how much. Very clever way of doing it, got to be said. Would you now? It's an interesting one. It's not something I've ever sort of like observed, but Ellis saying I would have said Boeing landings are generally smoother than Airbus. Okay, interesting. Fair enough. Dave Hurst at VOR. Pete's 888K, yes. Especially them good old days. You see the two fins, what look like dorsal fins, on the top of the engine cowls there. So both engine cowls are open at the moment, but those fins are the aerodynamic vortex generators that basically divert the airflow to make it slightly less turbulent, and that's why you see that big ribbon of vortex going up and over the wing, and that's caused by those vortex generators. On most engines, it has to be said. Not on both sides of all engines, but this is going to be the sliders. So fueling's 320neo the other day, didn't we? It's definitely something that's been removed and looks like it's being serviced. Look at that. That's a big old component they're messing around with there, isn't it? Richard the Roadie, good afternoon. Lee Ruskell, please ask him questions. Yeah, there we go. It's very true. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, get involved, folks. Ask questions, get involved in the chat. If you're new to Big Jet TV, please don't hesitate in asking any question. No question is a silly question on Big Jet TV. There is no such thing in my book, because we all started at the same place once, didn't we? Some have come into aviation through just a observing it and seeing it and going, wow, I really like planes. Some people, like myself, have it running through their veins. My old man flew way back in the day. If you want to know anything about that, then go read well, it's not so much a bio, but it's just a little bit of information about me on the website. But yeah, we all, and even that being the case with my heritage running through my veins, still had to learn a lot. Still had to bring myself right up to speed on the modern aircraft. Kind of knew my stuff about the old stuff, but I have every day's a school day on Big Jet TV, folks. A wing on the Dreamliner, man. It's sort of like a hybrid sort of raked wingtip and winglet, very low profile winglet, especially when you compare it to that, which is so tall. Look, you can see the other one over the other side of the fuselage there. Isn't that crazy, man? It looks like a Jeffrey Dingle, VC10 and the 707s, yes, both with the Conway engines. Jill Perry loving the Jordanian livery. Anxious Traveller, how often do they replace the tarmac? Well, not that often, to be honest with you. Obviously these they use a very the base layer is obviously concrete and that's a hell of a long time, but you know, these runway surfaces are built to last a good number of years. When they do, sometimes they might do small maintenance patch repairs on some sections of runway if they've maybe been damaged or cracked or whatever it might be. Yes, Jez. Debash mode, having the perspective of people near those Rolls Royces really bring it home. Those are some massive engines. Yeah, they are, aren't they? It does bring it home. Especially as somebody said earlier on, you could literally fit one of those trucks, those transit vans, or whatever they might be, into the engine and then some. Probably one and a half of them, I'd imagine. Paul Skilling, I think, has gifted a channel membership. There we go. Whispering Nature is a returning member. Welcome back, Whispering Nature. Wind sort of swirling around in it between a easterly and westerly, kind of on a southwesterly now, which is what they predicted in the weather forecast. Yes, Ellis saying they do last for decades. Indeed they do. The only time you'll ever see any sort of like major changes will be to do some patch repairs. More likely, any maintenance that's done on runways will be between the in the landing zone, in the touchdown zone, because that's where obviously it takes most of its impact. So that would be both ends of the runway. Mid sections of the runway will probably stay the same. The only time you're likely to get any significant runway degradation would be either from heat which again is highly unlikely because they are, like Ellis says, built to last for decades. So they have amazing values in terms of like heat and cold. Pete UK, are we ever going supersonic again? He's a subby. Great question, Pete. And the answer to that is, as far as boom is concerned, by 2029 they reckon they're going to have an aircraft in the air. And the other thing I have to say about boom is boom, 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 is that the windows on the boom jet are massive, as big as like an A320. I'm not sure that you can do that, can you? In terms of the friction, the speed, the friction, the pressures. That's why Concorde had such small windows, because any bigger and they would sort of like fail, I'm guessing, or the structure around them would fail, or the material of the window would fail. I'm not sure. Okay, someone asking me to pan over to the United hangar. Whereabouts is he? Is that him there, walking up there, looking a bit miserable? Hold on, he's not looking at his blower though, is he? Whereabouts is he? Oh, no, he's getting in a... Lot in here, look. Give it 20 seconds. Looks like they're looking at something, doesn't it? No, they're working on something. Wow. Oh, God's sake, man. Okay, stand by. Okay, hold on. Beautiful, man. Right on the tyres. I love my Turkish A350-900 model, man. Is your 787 displayed, GP? So he's on the left wing, is he? Let's see. He said left wing. Well, whereabouts? What, on the left wing, literally, or? Exactly, unless that's him standing. I can see someone with a high vis on. Either that or it's an optical illusion, I don't know. Is he in that vehicle there? If he is, he needs to hold on a minute. There he is. Is that him? No. Yeah. I thought he was going to get out and wave, but no. Oh, nailed it. Beautiful touchdown. Got a new member. I think his name's Paul, judging by the
There's someone there, look. He's not looking at his phone. Oh, a minute. Is he looking on his phone? No, let's look at this clock. Clock watching. Don't think they've got any heaters in them little trucks, have they? Oh well. Never mind.
Oh, start up. Egypt Air. Aaron Thomas CX7 looks like it's inbound early. 10 minutes out, chirping bird saying.
No.
Ellen M, thank you. Yeah. Watcher of trials, loving the Aer Lingus livery. Favourite so far. Fantastic. This could be Dave. I'm gonna need to put me just do a bit of engine watch while I adjust my unfinished. What was the unfinished sentence? What was it? What was it in the reference to? Just taters. Aidan Campbell. Scandinavian. And Sabina. I remember Sabina. Didn't they have caravels and stuff like that? Sabina. 707's definitely
Sabina 707s, remember them from back in the day? Yeah, awesome aeroplane, man. Caravel, what about that? Jules Harris, I think CX7 is in the hold over Croydon. That's Biggin way, isn't it? The Lambourne. No. Yes. No. The Biggin hold is Croydon way, isn't it? All over that way. Or is that Ockham? I think it's Biggin. Wow. Ellis Chernoff used to fly Gulf Air Transport charter carrier in the USA. Rode on a Gulf Air TriStar and they treated me like one of their own captains. Wow. How about that? Gulf Air TriStar. I remember those at Heathrow. Wow. Lovely old, well, what wasn't then a retro livery, but is now a retro livery. Oh dear. Steph Bird's uncle and dad flew on Concorde. Found it very cramped and uncomfortable. Both were over 6 foot. That kind of makes sense. You would have thought that, mind you, even the very front seat, there was no exit row seat on Concorde, and the very front seat is a bulkhead, isn't it? What's that? Sorry, GP? Oh, I thought it was to me. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, why don't you tell everyone then, rather than just telling one person? Okay. Jules, I don't know if you were wrong. Which is the hold over Croydon? Is that Biggin? Yeah. That was obviously other people use blob as well. Lee Russell, thank you. It is Biggin. Melanie now joining the back of the stack. Zoe Deterding. Carl Hanlon. I've been out of aircraft work for a number of years. I've drifted back into being an aviation enthusiast. Good to have you with us, Carl. And out of aircraft work. So that aircraft work consisted of what, Carl? Engineering, technical stuff, or up in the offices, or what? But good to have you with us anyway. Stephen Rouse tuning in from Rhode Island. L&M CX7 just under the back of the glide slope. Thank you. Here we go then, folks. Going to see a beautiful Queen of the Skies 747-8 intercontinental freighter with 4 General Electric GE NX engines. So basically the power of 2 Dreamliners on this 747 that you're just about to see. Tony Haynes, I'm so old, I remember DC-3s and Super Connies coming and going at Miami International. Wow, Tony, you lucky guy. I kind of, I mean, if I guess that when I first started flying with my dad, when he was flying the Britannias, we would have still had probably maybe a couple of Connies flying, but seeing stuff, but tail draggers, man. DC-3s, eh? That's crazy, isn't it? Is it? Rab H, very funny. Big in Japan. Big in, get it? Angry Pirate CX7 out of the big and hole, joining the stack. Ellis trying to get hired at Flying Tigers. Got hired at FedEx just after the merger and trained Tiger pilots exclusively. Wow. How cool is that, man? Ian Snelling, thank you, Ian. CX7 on finals. How many hours your GP? Do what? What's that now? It's all right, maybe. Oh, here she is. Here she is. Zoe Detterding. Both my parents had private pilot licenses and my first flight was a bit before I was born. Oh yeah, of course, there we go. Fascinated with aviation all her life. That's brilliant, Zoe. Well, you're in the right hands here, I can tell you. You're in good hands. We've got so many knowledgeable people in here like yourself. This is always a... we've probably seen this in Alaska a couple of times. Wallop. Whoa, easy there, mate. She's quite heavy, man. She's quite heavy. Wow, did those inboard ground spoilers come up a little bit late? HGC 1228 tracking on flight radar 24 for CX7. How about that, folks? Andrew Gates, any trips to Toulouse planned? Andrew, I'm surprised he's been here for 5 years. We don't do Gatwick, Andrew, for obvious reasons, to be honest with you. Why would we want to travel down there? I mean, I know they've got a few more sort of like, they've obviously gotten a lot busier since after COVID, and good for them. But we've got all this on our doorstep. But in terms of Toulouse, Andrew, yes, most definitely there will be a Toulouse show. Yeah. Piano Flyer seemed a very fast descent prior to the flare. She did seem like she was coming in quite hot. Negative Joe, good question. Do cargo flights have any flight attendants to serve the pilots? I'm sure they'd like it, but no, they don't. They look after themselves. Aidan Campbell doesn't get much better than a 747 on Big Jet TV. Brian Stewart, Cathay sporting the older livery still. Don't they do updated liveries mainly during C&D show? That looks like. Because it should say Cathay Pacific Cargo on it. No, that's the... got me thinking now. Yeah, that is the older livery, isn't it? Are they going to... one before the last one. Okay, looks like they may have solved that problem. Helen Cook, she's beautiful and rare. Jamie Lee, yes, we have seen Pinky on 3 occasions, or even 4 maybe, I don't know. Wow, Ellis Chernoff, if that 747 was near max landing weight, approach speed would have been around 165 knots. That's why it looked fast, folks. Wow. Okay. Now there's the vent. That's what I'm talking about. See the vent at the bottom of the engine? Vents, gases and hot gases and stuff like that, isn't it? I think. David Smith. Why is it cargo works on a 747 but passengers don't in terms of economics? Well, I think you'll find, David, that basically there's more money to be made in freight, and also it's better to be able to offer a bigger aircraft for your client, you know, whether it's commerce freight, whether it's perishables, ad hoc operations, or oversized, not so much oversized freight, but big freight like engines and things like that. It kind of makes sense because you're not losing as much money with the fuel burn than you would be with a passenger service. I'm guessing that is. Just waiting to see if they. I think they've left that those core cowls up because they still got some work to do on her. Maybe they've removed the part, but it still needs to be attached, or the replacement part needs to be attached. Declan Dolan, did you see the Connie? Oh, that's gone. XTWA Constellation has been is part of John Travolta's collection. That's it, and they wheeled it out of the hangar the other day. Started all 4 engines, and they're going to fly her basically. So that's a beautiful example, is it not? Part of Travolta's collection, and somebody maybe just, I don't know if they deleted it or what, but somebody just mentioning about Lufthansa restoring a Constellation. That wouldn't be the one that's at the Munich you know, family area. You know the one I'm talking about? The one at Munich, below the spotting pyramid, I guess is the best way to describe it. Sam, no, I'm not referring to his old 707. I read yesterday that John Travolta's collection, it now has a Constellation XTWA. Karen Brakefield, G90 is a huge engine, but check out the Rolls-Royce XWB. It sure is a contender. It is. Most definitely. There is an argument of which is bigger, the GE90 or the XWB. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to look at the dimensions. Fan blade dimension on the XWB versus the GE90. Go on, you tell me. Oh, interesting. David Smith. heard yesterday, European cargo only running their engines at £56,000 instead of £60,000, so the engines spend more time on the wing. Well, yeah, most definitely. It makes perfect sense. Listen to this lovely 767. Listen to it. Okay. Laker Skytrain, wonderful old DC-10, remember them, seeing quite a lot of aerodynamic braking today. I've heard that some pilots don't like this for safety reasons. For example, if there's a loss of rudder input. Well, it's not just the pilots, but some pilots like to do it. But the company is always, I think company policy with airlines is that they prefer to have all wheels on the ground as quickly as possible, rather than running it on the mains. And but you've seen today a couple of examples where they've touched down and rolled it for quite some time. You'll find that a lot of the times also, folks, the reason why they keep the front wheel in the air is to maximise how smooth the front end comes down after they've touched the mains. You don't want to let it come down with a wallop, because that potentially can damage the undercarriage. The front undercarriage is actually not built. Oh, they've closed her up. Missed it. The front undercarriage is not really built to withstand high G-force on landing. So the key is, but not only that, but also you've got to think of the passengers. If you let the front end fall down real quick, then it's going to be uncomfortable. They're going to feel a big bang, basically. But if we check the next big jet to land, you'll see some of them. I'm starting the engine, running it up. Ground sharing, nice. Engineers on the flight deck. Was that, yeah, just a... I'm guessing that might be some kind of an ancillary pump that they fitted there, folks, because it has to circulate something through the engine. That's going to waft over this way, that exhaust, isn't it? Come on, bring it on. I mean, obviously, the other thing to consider is, you know, when you're operating an aircraft that's, it's all down, to be honest with you, it's all down to the skill of the pilot. Or the finesse of the pilot, should I say, where, you know, he or she touches with the mains, rolls it out on the mains, but starts all the procedures of stopping the aircraft, i.e. braking, reversers, ground spoilers, etc. But at the same time, using that finesse with the elevators. You watch the elevators. I'll see if I can get it on one of the big ones, where the pilot will finesse the elevators, keep them in an upward position to allow the aircraft to sink nice and softly, like into a big duvet. Mark Roberts is a brand new member. Welcome, Mark. Aidan Campbell, that's a good thing to say, isn't it? I think ATC takes away the mystery. And not only that, but it kind of like it interferes with the flow of me to you, to me to you, I think. And it's loving the sight and sound of the old 4-engine prop liners. Yeah. I mean, that DC6 that we got going out of Alaska, out of Anchorage, got a new manager of the airport at Anchorage. He's ex-military and ex-civilian aircraft, so he's got quite a lot of knowledge behind him. He's the ex-mayor of, I think, he's the ex-mayor of Anchorage, I believe. See that? There we go. Dave, let's just have a look here. Anchorage, Alaska. The Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities announced Friday that former Anchorage Mayor Dave Bronson will now be the new airport manager for Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. He's got some heritage here, folks. Listen, former mayor brings a large flying skill set to the job. With over 40 years of aviation experience, Bronson started his career serving as a B-52 pilot in the United States Air Force. He also flew commercially for Northwest Airlines and later Delta. So there we go, ladies and gents. My A350's working. My A350's working. Yours isn't. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Wow. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Is she running? It is running, isn't it? There's a little bit of heat coming out of her. I guess the APU's, yeah, APU's up and running. Lovely shot there, man. BBLLB, there he is. Hello, BBLLB. How you doing, Blair? Good to see you, mate. I will now look at the runway as a duvet. Brilliant. Here we go, look. Quilted, of course. Now, I'll try and get it. You probably won't see it, folks, but I'll try and show you the elevators being used to soften, bring that front end down like a big feather duvet. Yeah, it's the wrong angle to say that, man. Negative. Hello, mate. Hello. It's a big old lump, isn't he, look. Give the XWB a run for its money. New spinner on the number 2, look, or a replacement spinner, unpainted. I don't care. See, it's a special tattoo. So now here we go. Listen out for it. Yeah. Doesn't stay very warm, is it? Really cold. From the flask. Light the fires! God, it's a long run up, isn't it? Come on, son, pull the choke out. Come on. Here we go. Oh, I'll tell you what, talking about flaring it or wheeling it. Virgin 340, sorry, 330, 300. Now watch this for a wheelie, potentially. Right, on the back set, then the front set. Yeah, nicely done. Annette Catley has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Annette. I wonder if he's a little bit late leaving gate. He's got everything together nice and early. Look at that jetliner, man. Look at him. Isn't he big and burly and gnarly? Wow. Boeing 777-300ER. Oh, did I say 300? A330-900 neo. Yes, of course. Sorry. No. The one that just landed. Yeah, sorry, I was the one that just landed, A330 neo with Virgin. I called it out as a 333. Is it not? Wow. Just touched down. Beefcake. Yeah, sorry, laughing up. Gary Boakes, just because it's quite common on the A330 to run it long, to maintain the nose up and bring it down nice and slowly. It's all about skills, isn't it, really, isn't it? Oh, do you know what he's going to do here? He's going to turn left and then he's going to turn right. Watch this. It's going to be right in our face, man. Bruiser indeed, Trev. Profound lobster. The rudder is generally used during takeoff. It's only effective at around about 60 knots. Here we go. Right at us. Oh, Julie. Oh, there's your Oh, look at this. Yeah, there, any one of them. Wow. Yeah. Bragadung grew up with the red pinstripe and red tail, so I love this new livery and hated the green toothpaste mouthwash livery over the past 20 years. Well, there we go. Bragadung grew up with the red pinstripe. He's talking about Air Canada, I'm guessing. Wow. It's not often, not many Canadians say that they didn't like the as he called it, the mouthwash. I call it the Head and Shoulders livery, but this is by far better, as far as I'm concerned, than the toothpaste one, which some people are very wow. Really are lining up already, mate. Lining up already with 10 minutes to go. Melanie Harradine, BEA is 2 out, or 2 minutes out, or no, 2 out by the looks of it. Look at him, look at his cheeky looking face, cheeky smile, look at his little smiley mouth. Well, pitot tubes and angle of attack sensors, but looks like a smiley face, doesn't it? Look. He's cool, man. He's really cool. Oh, Debash mode. Love the minty fresh livery. There we go. See, I knew that. It always causes controversy when we mention the Air Canada liveries. Mark Abraham. I think it's just a design thing, Mark, to be honest with you. I think it's just part of the livery. It just looks really cool. Part of the colour scheme. There we go, yeah. I don't think, you know, the something that I learned from Screaming Emu, one of our pilots with Big Jet TV, that the very front, very difficult to see, but the paint area below the cockpit window is generally, if it's white or whatever colour it is, it's a very matted version of it. So all this white one, for example, certainly all the BA jets anyway, they used to in the old days have that black marking, anti-glare, isn't it, basically? But I'm not sure that it is anti-glare related on the design. See what they've done here. Look at this for anti-glare. Oh yeah. It's a contender, Julie, in a funny sort of way. I don't know, really. Yeah. Innit, eh? We haven't had that on a thumbnail for a while, have we, eh? Yeah. That was quite a nice shot of her as well. Barry Price, yes. Well, the black, the original anti-glare was put on there for a specific reason for aircraft back in the day. They also painted the black dot on the nose as well, because the weather radar has always been in the nose, and that's why the anti-glare was on the dot on the nose, I believe, was to protect the nose from ultraviolet, etc. Carol Smith, that could be a clip from the 70s, that livery. I think that's definitely a contender, Julie. I think we should use that. I think I'm going to give a boardroom decision on that one. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, Brian Stewart, Riyadh Air's livery. That's even better than Air Canada's. It's proper Amy Winehouse eye makeup in it. Froho Yo-Yo, loving the livery. Wow, Profound Lobster. Amazing. Is Rolls-Royce still an engine supplier, or do Boeing and Airbus do it mostly in-house? It's amazing. Profound Lobster. Obviously, somebody that's had aviation in their past or something, but maybe just come back into it. Yes, indeed, Profound Lobster. Rolls-Royce have got a massive part in aviation. In terms of their market share, I don't know. I mean, this is an aircraft that is exclusively powered by a Rolls-Royce Trent XWB, capable of 100,000 pounds of thrust if it wants it. Beautiful Malaysian 350, constant flare. Look at that angle of attack, man. Isn't that beautiful? So also the rudder will also be used on touchdown and takeoff. Around about 60 knots when that aircraft slows to about 60 knots. That's when, if they want to, they can use the tiller. Some aircraft have both first officer and captain tillers. I think it's the Boeings that only have the left side, the captain side has a tiller on it. But generally, you know, pilots, it's down to their preference whether they want to use the rudder pedals to steer the aircraft, because at 60 knots the rudder pedals attach to the front wheel mechanism slash tiller. Yeah, it's really just down to and pilots will tell you. I mean, BBLLB, do you prefer tiller or do you use the foot pedals when steering around the airport? Leslie Pike glass engraver. Sophie Ellie, 350s are my favourite. Well, yeah, that's the personal preference. The red swish over the wing to Perry. So, I'm going to move, GP. Again, why do I do this every time? What is that? I move. I reckon that... Okay, stand by, folks. We're just going to go for a little drive. A very, very short one.
easy, mate, easy there. Rolls-Royce Hillington plant was next to Glasgow Renfrew Airport, now moved opposite Glasgow Airport. You can see it from the terminal building. Wow. Okay, time for departures, folks. This is a little intersecting departure here with Eurowings. Eagle Atlanta. Engine market share as of 2020, GE 39, CFM 16, Pratt 26, Rolls-Royce 18. Ooh, 2020. I'd like to know what it was as of 2025, or at least at the end of 2024. Lenny, that BA crew was testing out the suspension on the landing gear. Yeah, that was crazy, man. Lurched it to the right, didn't it? Oh no, I've got to move even more now, I think. Oh, bloody hell, man. Oh, hello. Dave B, no, runway inspection not always done. They do it when they find a moment. Wow! Yeah, I need another. Send it! Wow! Man, goosebumps, man. Goosebumps. Flipping heck. Oh, hold on. Here we go. 777. Pratt and Whitney's. That's like an F-15 for crying out loud. CF6.
F6 of the... Wow, look at him go, man. Look at him go. 764. Gittel. Beautiful, man. Wow. Gotta love that. More trip. Oh yeah, what a beautiful rotate, man. Ran it on the mains. Big load of brake dust coming off the mains there as the brakes activate the wheel brakes. Stop the wheels from turning before they go up into the undercarriage bay, because you don't want wheels spinning when they're sideways on. You want them vertical. I haven't even started this one. Is he going to maintenance? I think he might be going to maintenance. He's been pushed back for ages. APU's on. Yeah, London to not available. So that's going to maintenance, I think. So, where's he going? Isle of Man or something? He is indeed. ATR 72-600. This is the type of aeroplane, folks, that when electrically powered aircraft do eventually make their way into the commercial sector, you will see aircraft like these powered by electrical systems. Could go right opposite me, this one. Short takeoff and landing capabilities. Any moment now. Love a prop, me. Oh. Comet nose. Hiroki Kanamura, Japan Airlines pilot, good friend of ours now. Loves his model aeroplanes, man. He's got the most amazing setup at home, but it's not like mine, which is permanently set out. It's one that he puts up. It's like a pop-up airport for photographs. He does it for photographs, and it's amazing, some of his stuff. Where did we? Is it on his? What is it on a page of something or other? I can't remember. Instagram. That's it. Yeah. Is it Hiroki Kanamori? Is that his Instagram account, or is it Model Man? Brian Stewart, could you do an FNS Friday night show on the 777 maybe this summer? First entered service 30 years ago, and what a game changer, and what a brute of an aeroplane in terms of its capabilities as both a passenger jet and a freighter. Yeah, she deserves a Friday night show, doesn't she, really? The 777. obviously introduced after the 767 and the 757. Obviously, although interestingly enough, the A320 came first in the single aisle jet family, and the A319 followed, and then the 318 followed, didn't it? 321 didn't come for quite some time, but the 320 was the first of the Airbus narrow body. Oh, blimey. Was that a big bounce that you got on there, or was that number 2 landing? Laura felt like I was flying in a baked bean tin and dropped. Okay, 777 Lenny. Well. Oh, scariest flight she had was on an ATR, was it? Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Obviously hit some very turbulent air, I'm imagining it. Well, send us pictures, Railstormer. BigJet TV, contact at bigjet.tv is our email address if you want to send something like that. Send us some pictures and we'll have a little look, and if we'll show them on the show, mate. If you want to send me pictures, anyone wants to send me pictures of their home airport and home sim setup, then I'll show them on the Friday night show. It's just the old rolling the eyes there, I can feel them. Literally. David Smith, did you know the 777 originally was designed as a 3-engine model? I tell you, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Lovely lamppost. Look at that for a lamppost. Cool. Look at that. Look at all the grey bits on it and all the... Yeah. God's sake! What is it with you people? Do you need all these bloody lampposts? Look! Flipping heck! Look at them all! You move 10 foot to the left, it puts another one in the shot. It's when they do when they do the full lineup, it's better. Kev Miller, good afternoon. Yeah. Nice puff of brake dust, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't know if we can have him over here. Oh. Who knows what might happen? Okay, these are the Trent 700, folks. Running them up because of the cold conditions. Listen to this. Running the engines up, man. Listen to that. Sorry about that. Yeah, man, feel that bass. You don't get that out of a Trent 7000, man. I'm telling you, those old Trent 700s, mate. Proper boomers. Sounds like a bleeding F-15. Look at that big old load of brake dust, if you can see it, without the lamppost in the flipping way. Beautiful, man. So should I move another sort of 4 feet to my left? Okay, Chilly, I'm gonna put it here, right, like this. Yeah, Chilly, can you hear me? Okay, Chilly, can you hear me? Say, Chilly, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chilly? You've been hit by, you've been hit by. Right, okay, I'm going to move the van while you're watching it, okay? Now, I want the lamppost on the right to move to the right, okay? Do you see what I mean? So we get more of the aircraft. Bear in mind that the one on the left is bloody annoying. Okay. Well, Suggs Madness asking Jerry, how thick is the glass? Well, it's a bit more bowy, isn't it? How thick is the cockpit glass? It's very thick. Multiple layers as well. There's screens within screens. So you can easily lose the oh, here we go. It's just not worked, has it, Jilly? Look, it's just not worked, mate. I almost need to park in the middle of the bleeding. Oh well. Right on the flight deck and all. Look, right on the flight deck. Full send, mate, full send. Now remember what I said about the aerodynamic vortex generators on the engines. Watch as they rotate. Watch them streaming over the wing. Watch. Here we go. There they are. Look like little bunny ears. Heckman Wasuna. What percentage does the airframe enlarge at high altitude? How much bigger does the airplane get? Not really anything at all, Heckman. Some of these modern jets, like that 350 there, is a full carbon fuselage, like the 787 as well. They don't expand and contract, really. If they do, it's microns. Because obviously you know, that would put the airframe through a significant amount of stress. I think technology has improved so much so that it's almost zero, I'd imagine. But whereas back in the old days, in the early days of aviation, you know, the old classic jets, I'd imagine that there was probably some expansion. The airframe of the Concorde did expand by about an inch, I'm led to believe. And things like the SR-71 Blackbird as well expanded so much so that the tanks leaked when it was on the ground. They had to put actually put catch trays underneath the wing. Tony Duty saying Concorde's nose has a separate toughened windscreen that came up with the nose for supersonic flight. Indeed it is. And not only that, but it came up for supersonic flight, but it was also lowered so that the pilots could actually see where the hell they were going. Bob Cowboy, sunset today, 16:28, or in just over 1 hour. There we go. Wow, Edward Wilcox, over a foot. Really? I don't know about that. Over a foot? Craig Whitmore, good afternoon to you. Okay, let me have a little look at that. How much did Concorde stretch? 10 inches. Bloody hell. He's not far off between 6 210 inches. Flipping heck, mate. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Sorry I even doubted you, sir. It is incredible, man. 10 bloody inches, man. That's... I mean, how do you stop the thing from falling apart? I think that's why they had so many problems with it in maintenance, was because of that expansion and contraction. I think what I heard was that by the time they retired the Concorde jet, most of them didn't have any of the original body parts, you know, other than the airframe. But even some of the airframe segments had to be replaced on some of the Concordes. But on most of the Concordes, the panelling and other components were you know, very small percentage of the aircraft was original. Wow, Lakers Skytrain. Concorde's cabin floor was on rollers to compensate. That's bloody incredible. I don't know if I would have flown on it, Jilly, if I'd have known that. Wow. That's a nice factoid there from Aidan Campbell. On average, there are around 360,000 passengers in an airport in the air per hour, assuming each flight has at least 100 passengers. Wow, 360,000 people in the air. Yeah, back a bit, you know. I'm going to try that. I think I'm going to try that. Oh, hello. Bloody hell. Yeah, man. That's another. What? That's another area of aviation that has evolved, isn't it? Windscreen. Look at the wing flex on that thing, man. David Smith saying the Concorde at Manchester. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you couldn't get on the flight deck. Apparently it's still got it. No, you would have thought they would have said something about it. Or at least have pictures of it. Is that true though? Big long run for that 767, man. Now watch for the brake dust. Set of pads. Carl Simmons, yeah. Brooklands is a great place to visit. Indeed it is. Don't ever try and get involved with their media team, but other than that, lovely people. Volunteers are amazing. We've done some stuff with them and for them in the past, and always a great honour to do that. We've been on the the Concorde simulator. A lot of people aren't aware that there's a original Concorde simulator at Brooklands. Amazing, absolutely incredible. I think you have to book to go on it, but it's certainly worth it. Surprised we can't hear those humming away. Heidi Vodka. No, there won't be any of them flying now, Heidi. There was I think he was a pilot, wasn't he? He was one of the Concorde pilots that did a talk up at the Heathrow. Sorry, the British Airways Heritage Centre, wasn't it? Penny Haskins. Ian Morrison, Captain Happy, rumour has it. The Concorde at Boeing Field is his last flight. The captain put his hat in the gap between the panels that had stretched the 10 inches during his supersonic flight. It is now stuck there permanently, yes. Concorde at Boeing Field. Ah, the Concorde at Boeing Field, as in the displays that... There is a display Concorde. Yes, there is a display Concorde at Boeing Field. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to... Someone's saying that it's in the Manchester aircraft and someone's saying it's in the Boeing Field aircraft. We'll have to follow up on that. Right, okay, Jilly, I'm just going to move the camera again. Tell me. I'm hoping to get it so that the left-hand lamppost is kind of almost lined up with the windsock. So I've got to go back about 5 feet. Yes, I think that's better, mate. I think that's better. I think so, yeah. Wow. There's a subby, T. Howard. I remember watching BOAC DH-106 Comet climbing out of LAX in the early 60s. 4 smoke trails and a deafening roar. Wow. How cool is that, man? Klaus giving some love for the United 763. Intersect. Flipping lamppost picker, more like. It's also a point. Look at them all. Big old lumpy great big things as well. Look at it. Look at it. Look. F-18! Oh, if only, if only. Richard the Roadie, okay, picture on Reddit of said trapped in the engine. I knew it was the engineering panel, but on which aircraft though? Is it the Manchester one or is it the bleeding Boeing Field one? Brian Stewart, yeah. Oh yeah, it is better, it is better. Got quite a lot of movement in that, look, before you hit the flipping lamppost. Right, here we go, look. A good line-up shot now, look. Let's get... See if we get a wizard. Wow. Don't you just love that sound, man? Wow, that's 2 Turkish 350-9s in today, mate. Lamppost rage. There is no need for it though, man. I remember, oh, it's just bloody hell, whatever. Don't want to go off topic. You see the vortex generators working away on those engine cowls there on the Dreamliner. Look at that wing, mate. Flexing away as well, man. Here comes a big lad, look. Rolls-Royce powered. Trent 800s. 777-200. Oh! folks, are you picking that up? Andrew Hickinbottom loving the 777s. Oh, okay. Yeah, Museum of Flight is at Payne Field, isn't it? The one with the Constellation parked outside. With the first ever 747 prototype. Or, pretty sure. People loving it. Bass boomer Martin Smith, nice! Simon Lewis, the rumble. Darla N, that was nice, yeah. Okay, Aidan Campbell now saying the flight engine is stuck. Is stuck in Concorde Foxtrot in Barbados. Okay, between the panels. Okay, okay, there must be, obviously, I'd imagine that by the sounds of it, quite a few pilots did the same thing. Ian Hanna, a real growler. Toby Brown, awesome. Brian Stewart, absolutely picking that sound up, and it's great. Oh, that is brilliant, man. Jill Baxter, hell yeah. James Dayton, the grumble and rumble of the Trent 8. Full beans, Tim Hill. LFC Ian, love the growling engine, yes. Oh, Melanie, there was a busted door lock on Concorde Gulf. Pete Keating, sound quality is amazing. Yeah, Future of Flight is at Payne Field. The other one is at Boeing Field, isn't it? Penny Haskins, great, getting off a 777 and looking back at the plane, it's enormous. I love it. I'm never, I mean, it is a bit of a pain when you have to get bussed to your aircraft. When you get bussed to your aircraft, it is a little bit of an inconvenience and a bit of a pain initially, but once you're on the bus, and you're travelling to the aircraft, then you're sort of like able to look at all the infrastructure around you and planes and so on and so forth. And when you get to the plane, I'm always like, oh, hold on a minute, I'm fluffing around with my suitcase because all my carry-on, just making a bit, you know, no, you go on ahead, mate, you go on ahead. I just sit there looking at the engine, man, or engines, but mainly the engine. And like Melanie saying there, oh no, it wasn't Melanie, sorry. Someone saying there about the 777 getting off and looking into the... There we go, Penny Haskins, wasn't it? Paul Skilling's sound is awesome today. Ellis Chernoff, Museum of Flight is Boeing Field. Yes, Museum of Flight, that's it. Future of Flight, isn't it? At Payne Field. I used to confuse the two, but now I don't, because last time I was at Payne Field, I was in pain. That's how I remember it, from that horrible cold that I had. Or I didn't have it fully though, did I, Gilly? I had it coming, it was on its way, wasn't it? Martin Smith, perhaps he flew on Penny Concords. Yes. Tim Boddington, flying out for the first time in February. I've only ever flown private, but I will finally fly with a... Oh, okay. Tim Boddington, oh dear. I'm not going to repeat that, mate, but I see what you're saying. He's only ever flown private. Oh, look at him. Congratulations, Tim. I hope it's going to be a worthy flight and that you're suitably looked after by the cabin crew. He's got a few quid in he. He's only ever flown private. JS626, any idea when the last commercial flight with 3 officers on the flight deck occurred? Well, you mean pilot, first officer or co-pilot as it was known back in the old days, and flight engineer. Well, don't forget that even when my dad flew the Constellations, they had 7 on the bleeding flight deck. Was it 7? Pilot, second pilot, flight engineer, wireless operator, a 6, navigator, and yeah, I think 6, 5 or 6. But yeah, JS626, I don't know. Powered by the LEAP 1700G, this jet. Geared turbofan. Steep rate of climb for the old Air France jet. I call it a little mini A350 because it's kind of got that look about it. Here's a big boy coming down here, look. What's going on down here then? Hope they're all out of my way by the time I get up there. I'll be riding over the curbs and everything. Getting up on the pavement. Oh, Ram saying 6 on the 225. 6 on the 225, that's nuts, isn't it? So pilot, I guess there's a second pilot and a third pilot maybe. So 2 pilots, flight engineer, radio operator, navigator, and I'm trying to think what else. It's crazy though. Listen to this, like a little 777 look. Wow. Suho. Suho saying they're still going. Cubana Air and Air Koryo still fly the Tupolev Tu-204s and their flight engineer's desk. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I mean, there are still aircraft that have the flight engineer's panel in them, like the old 727 with the fire dispersal mob jet. What was it? Run it on the mains, man. It's those big actuators on the back of the well, it's actually the front part of the undercarriage, isn't it? That has those huge, great big actuators pushing the undercarriage down. Someone's about to make a load of noise. See what I'm talking about? Look at this. See the actuator on the undercarriage there. Yeah. Basically keeps the undercarriage planted for longer to stop the aircraft from tail striking. So it doesn't wheelie, literally. There it goes. It's a nicely controlled departure. Beautiful, man. Oh, here we go. A333, I think. Trent's. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Another Trent. So 200 doesn't have the actuator. I think it's called the thrust. No. That's the thrust links on the engine. It's the it is a linkage of some name of some type. Wow. Ellis Chernoff. Yes, Ellis, there is a Concorde simulator, not at East Brooklands, just at Brooklands, but yes, there is, sir. Big red Trent motors sounding awesome. Deborah Speller, nice. Tapare 90 to 95%. Well, Ellis, it's. I mean, that would be great to do, wouldn't it? We got on it. I'm not sure. I would look it up, Ellis. And well, I don't know about an extra show. It would more like make a main show, sort of like, you know, out of our normal remit. But had a few problems with Brooklands. In terms of, but maybe if it's planned, I don't know, maybe if it's planned. Certainly ex-Concorde personnel that operate the Concorde and its simulator. It's very basic in terms of the graphic system and all that, because obviously it's very early technology. It's certainly not Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's for sure. But in terms of the experience of you know, the thing is that when you fly a fixed simulator, the Sarah Deal saying, I clocked a BA380 taking off from Boston Logan and it was going 168 miles an hour. Yeah, that's probably around about 140 knots, isn't it? That's 150 knots? Something like that. EDH going to Brooklands next week to do the Concorde experience. Is there anything else people recommended or I see or do there? Anything I need to make sure I see? Everything EDH. If you're into historic aviation, well, not so much historic. Well, yeah. I mean, if you remember that Brooklands was where Barnes-Wallis tested, not so much tested, but developed the wind tunnel tested certain bombs that he developed. I think maybe the Tall Boy. Of course, the Wellington was built there as well, the Wellington bomber. They've got a VC-10 there. Like I say, they've got the Concorde there. Got great volunteers. It's a lovely place to visit. Talking about no, Ellis, the bouncing bomb test tank is actually at Teddington, at the National Physics Laboratory, which the test tank building is actually still there. All the rest of the NPL has been broken up. Oh, this is full tilt. This is full tilt. Oh, she seems heavy, man. Are you ready for the extra channel? Okay, stand by. I'll start talking about it again. Michael Bartlett saying Bristol Aerodrome Museum, where a Concorde lives, is amazing, full of history and all types of aircraft. There we go, Michelle. Thank you. That might be... Oh, it's a long way away. But I love a museum, I do. Oh, that's brilliant. Erin Moore, hey guys, just want to say how much I'm enjoying the show today. I usually just watch and not chat, but I'm loving it. Well, there we go, Erin. Get involved. You know, we love to, we love it when we see things like that, because we want to make sure that we have everybody feeling equally as as part of the family here as everybody. There are no sort of like preferred people on here. I know you see, if you're looking on chat, you see a lot of the same names constantly chatting. Well, that's because they do, and because they we try and keep it all aviation related, of course, and we try to deter hopefully, you know, individual sort of like group chats together with each other. It's always much better when it's involving all the family here, and certainly involving me as well. I don't even like to be felt left out. You know, the amount of times sometimes I might be talking away and I look on the chat and they're all talking to each other, you know, about something completely different. But anyway, there she is, Alpha Bravo, GBOAB, stuck over there on the other side of the airfield. God bless her. Aileron Al, never flown on an A380 yet, going to in May. BA Heathrow to Johannesburg. So excited, fingers crossed it doesn't go tech. Oh, we hope so, Aileron Al. And look, if we're about, we'll cover it, mate. JP Krause, that A380 was supposed to depart at 14:35. Wow, Elishonov, as is the building that the huge flying boat was constructed in. Wow. Kev Miller, Brooklands is a great day out for aviation and motor racing. Loads of history there. They have also a hill climb race that they do every year as well. Eve Hoskard. Eve Hoskard loving the stream, and the sound is fantastic. Well, can you believe it, folks, that the sound that you're hearing, I've got this mic here, that's a Rode mic, believe it or not, that tiny little thing there, and I have one of them on top of the camera as well, which is using a directional mic to pick up my audio, so I don't have to scream and shout. Rick Hersom tuning in from a very soon-to-be snowy K-Bus. Delta's A330-900. Oh no, yeah, A330-9 in it. It's only a couple of 8s out there, isn't there? Yep. See the wingtip on it, folks. Big old set of engines on her as well, compared to the old Trent 700s of the A330 CEOs. Somebody just mentioning the Shuttleworth collection there. Yes, indeed, the Shuttleworth collection is up at it's at the London it's at Hendon, I think, the Shuttleworth collection. Monique saying about her visit, yeah, get some great discussions going with the members there at the museums. Wow! Thank you, Roxy. Gifted a channel membership. Lex Loves You is a new member. Welcome, Lex. Way 8 on the way back to Jordyland. V short flight to Newcastle. Stuart Bailey. Oh, Shuttleworth here in, okay, in Bedfordshire. Okay, fair enough. Well, they do have a Shuttleworth collection. Maybe they have multiple Shuttleworth collections, I don't know. Thank you, Michael. Glenn. Here we go. Glenn's a new member. Welcome, Glenn. Joining us in Japan. Yeah, go on. With any luck, we'll hear a power up and taxi. There we go. Semi-levered gear is the full word on the 777's undercarriage actuator. It's only on the 777-300, not on the 200 variant. You can see it on the front of that 777 there. Listen to her. Oh, yeah. Laura, I have flights this year in and out of Heathrow every day of the week. Oh, over the year, right. Except for Sunday and a Wednesday. Unlucky Laura. Oh, Roxy Simmons is on. She obviously saw her her flashing moment, didn't she? Simon Lewis, yeah, we were aware of this. He's saying, heads up, jet stream's going to change. 250 miles an hour, they reckon. Yeah, it's a bit of a we might have a do what? Eh? We might have a bit of a blustery Saturday or Friday even, Julie. Certainly hope so. Eve Hoskett, I took the kids to Newcastle from Bristol on EasyJet in the summer for a day trip just to get out and scratch the aviation itch. Brilliant. Snoopy Snoops, Cosford is excellent as well. They had Bravo November there, made my day. Yes, Cosford is a great place to visit. William Oakley, we've got the Emirates 380. Don't worry, I've got it in my sights. Listen to the hum of the Trents. Carol Smith coming to Japan. Wow, Jeff Langston. Construction of the two prototype Concords began in February '65, 60 years ago next month. Wow. How cool is that, man? And I remember there are pictures of those prototypes being built in. Some of the sections were built in plywood, weren't they? Sue Taylor, love the Japan show. It's fascinating to watch the ground crews bowing. Yes, it will be something that we'll watch out for. Although I did see that at Paris Charles de Gaulle one time when they were dispatching a All Nippon 777. The entire ground crew, not just the dispatcher, but the entire ground crew standing there and bowing and then waving the aircraft off. Amazing. Hear the hum, hear the hum. Is that coming through on your headphones, folks? She's all lit up, this one. Look, all the lights are on. Engine illuminators, the lot. Isn't that beautiful? This is the A330-900 neo. The lights are bright, man. Yeah. Hot rod coming out. Naught to quarter mile in 3.2 seconds. Not like these things though. Thanks, Ellis. Take care. All the best to you and your mum. BG Krishnan. A rocket, that Delta. Oh, not giving it much time, mate. Wow, man. And now, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in 500 tons. See the two lights on the horizontal stabilizer there, folks? They're the tail illuminators. They'll go off in a couple of minutes once she's all the flaps are up and flaps and slats, and she's climbing up towards the cruise altitude. They'll flip the lights off. See, I do like the Qantas livery on the 380. It's smart. See, they're giving this 320 quite a long separation because of the wake turbulence caused by that 380. Rab H 158 knots ground speed. Is that your takeoff speed? Thanks, Al. Oh. It's wow. What's that, GP? Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know why more operators don't do that. Yeah, that's true. You don't need to, do you? big old angry 222. Yeah. Yeah. Folks, just to let you know, also the extra channel is new to BigJet TV. If you don't know about it, then get yourselves over there and get subbed to the BigJet TV extra channel. You running it? You running it? Follow us on our road trips. Yeah, all for a bit of a laugh, and we talk about news and stuff like that while I'm on the road, as well as shouting at other drivers, getting into scrapes with Jilly, all that kind of stuff. It's a bit of fun. Join us on the extra channel, BigJet TV Extra. Make sure you subscribe to that, folks. It's off. Oh, I pulled out especially so that it could be still on there. Yeah. Oh, can't have been up for very long then. How long was it up for? Give him a chance. I was talking about it for about a minute. I zoomed out so that we could see, so that it wouldn't interfere with her. Okay, pause. I'll have to see. I'll have to see it. But run it for a good 10 at least, yeah? Okay, all right. I know. But I purposefully put it in the right-hand side. Oh, what, the 767? Okay. Yeah! TRTGP. Oh my goodness me, hold on a minute. Oh, is this a 767 going out intersect? Oh, it is. Cat is an extra. Oh yeah, look at this, folks. Not a bleeding lamppost in sight. Ha! Sod off, the lot of you. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Oh, look. I was wondering to Jay Jilly where he was. Here he is. Hello. We haven't seen it for ages. Yeah, Foxy. Go on, son. Oh, why did you all behind the blah blah? Oh. As if he's gonna go. Just some dreamies. Gutted, mate. Oh, wait, there she is. There she is. Oh, she looks very healthy. Hello. Oh, it's a boy. He's having a wheeler. Come on, son. He's got a very big bushy tail, isn't he? Hey? Look at that. Well. Oh, I'm glad he's all right, because he wasn't even a little foxy in his mummy daddy's eyes when we started Big Jet TV, if you know what I mean. Trotting away down there. Do you remember that time when he was playing? Raccoon. So they've obviously got a Is it? Oh my God. Yeah. Isn't that nice? He is a big lad. He is a big lad, Chester Drawers. Nice big bushy tail. Very healthy. Must be lots of mousies. Don't go wandering over. Do you remember that one time when they were sitting next to the runway and everything, Jilly? Plead it out. Walking across the runway as well. It was, and it didn't even flinch as it went literally hammering past him. He's still off down there. Look, he's still off down there. Foxtrot. It's gone. Who knows where he's sleeping? None knows. Right then, getting towards the end of the... Is that Korean? Sure is. Somebody asking earlier on about whether Korean are going to be retiring their A380s. It transpires that Korean are possibly going to be holding on to them because they're sending 2 of them down for D-checks, which either means they've got a buyer for them and they have to get them D-checked before they deliver them. Highly unlikely that, because they wouldn't be operating them, and then unless they've taken them out of service, taken them off for D-check, going to be moving on to someone. Can't think that any other operator would want to. Oh, look at how lovely lit up sock, Jilly. No, they have put a light in it. We didn't used to have a light, did it? Chester Drawers, when I worked at EMA on airside patrol car, I had a call to say there was a dog on the runway. Turned out to be a large hare. Blimey. Jill Blakeney, you and me, and I'm happy as well that Fox is still there. But I don't think that's probably not the original Foxy, is it? I'd imagine the original Foxy died of old age, probably. I don't know how long do foxes live for, Jilly? Let's Google it. Strike my chills to read that. Just had to wipe my dog's nose print off the TV. He's been woken up by Jerry whistling just in time to see the Foxtrot Alpha trotting off. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Oh. Well, there we go then. We've had how many? 2 generations of Foxes then, haven't we, Julie? So that's likely the 2nd generation. Oh. Yeah. Well, they won't have that here. They stay in the. They stay in the perimeter. No, they're not. They're not. Yeah. No tilt mechanism on the A350 undercarriage, folks, like we see on the 777 and the 76 and the Dreamliner. Is it all? Is it all? Those old XWBs smoked, didn't they? Water injection. Oh, he's been doing sexy time, man. TLT. Prem YouTube. Fox caused 2 go-arounds at Birmingham last week. Wow. Okay, right, we're going to call it after the 777 then, GP. Mark Bar, Neo Foxes. Wow, Robert Bullied said it's minus 43 wind chill where he is this morning. Temperature is minus 28. Blimey. You just stay indoors nice and warm, mate. It's crazy, isn't it? XWB smokes much those old Pratts. Here we go then, folks. Of that light beam. Right, look at this, folks. Look at my setup now. Look at this. Look at my setup now with the steps. There's your extension. You see, these are the extensions. That's the height that it's at when I'm normally driving. But this whole thing, this top section, needs to be packed away now before I head off home. So it has been an absolute honour and a privilege, folks, to have your company this afternoon. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all those wonderful people who've gifted memberships. I tell you what, if I turn this off now, Jilly, does my voice become a little bit less? Stop laughing. Does my voice become a little bit less? Shut up. Well, because the microphone is pointing the other way now, isn't it? So can you still hear me, in other words, if I talk at that level like that? Ah, really? Okay. Anyway, folks, thank you, everybody. It has been wonderful. We are sort of like in preparation for Japan this week. Got quite a few things on the agenda. We will do at least one extra show, but of course we will probably, I guess we'll do a Friday night show, Jilly. No reason why not, but bear in mind that we might be doing a show on Saturday, but if the weather's really windy on Friday, we will then come out here on Friday, so that will be your Friday show. And if it's still doing the same on Saturday, I guess we'll do the same on Saturday, but need to rest up in preparation for Japan, folks. But we'll certainly see you on Wednesday, no doubt about it. But also, while you're at it, make sure you download the app, folks, and also subscribe to the channel. And if you want to join us on the extra channel, then you're more than welcome, folks. We'd love to see you there. Thank you to everybody who's gifted today. Welcome to all our amazing new channel members. Remember, folks, if you're a new member, whether you've been gifted or you've paid for it yourself, you need to subscribe in order to chat. Yes, I can, yes. Oh, it's a bit late now. I've already said it, haven't I? There you go. Jilly's going to put it up now. Which one are you putting up, Jilly? Okay. You always put them up on the left-hand side. Oh, I guess that's the other way, isn't it? Okay. What's that one then, Jilly? What's that one? The app. Download the app. And now the subscribe one, Jilly. Subscribe to. Oh God. We'll have to compress that. My fingers getting. Subscribe to chat. Just subscribe, okay? Okay, and the other one is the extra channel, which I've already said, but put it up anyway. Okay. See you later, folks. Look after yourselves. Thank you, everybody. You've been wonderful. You really have been wonderful. We'll see you next time. Cheers. Bye.